Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 6 of the Adelaide Regionals. Kevin and I are here now. We got told that you guys missed us a bunch from Sydney, so they chartered a private jet and flew us down to catch round the second half of day 1. We are getting started with round 6. Kevin, how are you?
Tired, but here. And that's all that matters right now. I had to take a bit of a detour through Sydney from Melbourne to get here, but that's all right. I'm here. I'm ready to see some amazing One Piece.
Yep, so this is the first event we have in the new 8.5 format. We just got 6 new starter decks being released, and I think we're able to showcase a couple of those really cool decks here in round 6. We have Charlie versus Andrew. Charlie is on your guys' left. Oh, I think we're going to switch that one around. Charlie's on the left there, and Andrew's on the right. And we do have Charlie playing Dofi, and Andrew is playing Smoker, both of which got a bunch of new support in the starter deck. So, Kevin, what support did these decks get?
Yeah, so Blue Dofi got a few new cards in the Boa, and then in the...
There's a Lore.
There's
a Buggy. There's a Teach. There's a bunch of cool new stuff.
And then on the Smoker side, I think the most important two are probably the Sengoku, which allows you to filter out Navy cards from your hand and draw a bunch more. And then Tashigi. The Tashigi is essentially just a cracked version of every other KO card we have for black. But you can only play in the Smoker leader. So it is relatively balanced by that. If you could play that in any black deck, you would just slam 4 in and go, okay, I don't need Brook anymore. I don't need Kaku. I just have new better version.
Yep, all right, so we are ready to start. It looks like Andrew is going first, playing that Sengoku that we just talked about, ditching 2 Navy cards and drawing 3 cards. That is just insane. Filter. Charlie here going second with the draw pass, which Dofi doesn't do too much. It has a bunch of turn 1 plays with Perona, with Sengoku, so it's interesting to see. 5k from Smoker coming down. That is the new Alt-Art Smoker leader. We do see Brook come down. Dofi does love to play a lot of cards, going super wide, utilizing that 4-cost Jinbei that we're probably about to see. Yep, that's the Jinbei. Being able to play another 7 Warlords card from your hand for free when you play it down. So Dofi's going to go super wide, and Andrew, I am sure, is going to do the best he can to try and minimize Charlie's board.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's very much a battle of can Smoker keep enough cards off the board, and then can Dofi build up enough of a pressure to be able to swing through this removal. So we do see the new 5-drop Tashigi comes out. From memory, it gets to KO a 5 or less, and then only on the turn it's played, but it's huge. So generally it's just on-curve removal. It also has 1k counter. It's just the premier removal for this deck is this Tashigi.
Yeah, definitely. It is a super strong card, and it was able to kill that Weavile. So as I said, what Andrew's going to be trying to do here is he's going to be trying to remove Charlie's board, and that's what he was able to do, just slamming down that Tashigi. Brook is another way that he can remove cards later on in the game if Charlie's not able to remove it, and Dofi really does have a lack of removal. So this Tashigi is probably going to stay on the board, and until Andrew decides to swing with Brook, it's also probably going to stay on the board. The only real removal that we see in Dofi is the new Trafalgar Law that came out in the starter deck, which bounces one of your cards to bounce one of your opponent's 4 or less.
Yeah, for sure. I think there is a lot of adaptations with the Dofi deck through the times. You know, we've seen a lot of lists come over from Japan where it was very standard, but they did have RP Law in their meta when they first started developing those lists, and so a lot of the lists that I have now have kind of evolved to where you don't really need to play, like, you can play more tech cards. You don't really have to be worried about the threat of RP Law. So you do see things like that Jozu coming through, which is one of the other pieces of removal that Dofi has, where you get to bounce one of your own cards back, and then you get to bounce back a 6 or less to your opponent's hand. So that card is very important in these kind of black and yellow matchups where these like cards that are normally out of your range, where the opponent's going to be playing slow, you do have this way to just build a bigger body than you normally would have, where it being a 6-drop 7k. And you have the mid-game removal that you need.
Yeah, and some of the really cool stuff that we get to see from Smoker is able to run that Navy HQ, which we saw utilized in the Set 6 format and EBO1 format when Stage Saka became this like a really cool deck that kind of came out, which is able to reduce your opponent's character's cost by 1 once a turn. Smoker also being able to reduce it by 1 cost once a turn with its own effect. So overall, you do just get a lot of value. But that is the jersey that we have up on screen, which Kevin was talking about. Just being able to bounce one of your cards to bounce one of theirs is always nice. Super important in the Dofi mirror, but it's probably Charlie's only way in this matchup to ever remove something like that Dashigi, which is kind of sitting on board. We do see Andrew come down with the Brook swing, being able to remove the ball while swinging into another one of Charlie's cards, just being super annoying with all the pressure.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely see Andrew just wants to play a game of let me clear your board every turn. I'm just going to starve you. Like, I will attack when it's convenient for me because I need to win the game eventually. But if while you have a board that is sideways, I'm just going to be swinging into that because that is my priority right now. It's just every time I give you a board, I know you're going to be rebuilding it every turn as much as you can. So I just need to keep it as clear as possible.
For sure, we do see looks like a bunch of Dons just going behind the Smoker leader. And honestly, this is one of the ways to deal with Dofi's board, which is just, I'm a whack into it. Because at the end of the day, Dofi's way to win the game, it doesn't have boss monsters. It doesn't have what most decks use. It doesn't have like a big 9k power body that it can use to essentially deal damage every time it swings. Every single one of Dofi's cards is normally between 5k power and 6k power. So it's going to always be a grind game for Dofi. It's a lot of small pressure that gets itself the win. So just kind of removing something by attaching 4 Don, that's kind of like going, you know what, I'm going to play an event which says I'm a remove one of my opponent's things and not lose a card in hand, which honestly you'd be happy with all of the time. So that is what we saw Andrew come down with. Charlie just swinging into the Brook. We do see the 2k from Andrew in response. Sengoku, which is a top 5 searcher for 7 Warlords, which is pretty much the entirety of Charlie's deck. Being able to search for Boa, being able to search for Jinbei, Weavile, pretty much anything that the deck wants to play. Now, the big thing to note with Dofi is your Don management is super, super crucial. Just determining what you want to be able to play and how much Don it requires to play those. And Boa is one of these cards that really helps you be able to do it. You get a look at the top 3, which does set up your leader effect, which gets to play a 4 or less from the top of your deck if you have 2 Don touched and 1 Don to use its effect. But the other really cool part about Boa is it touched one of your rested Don, which is what Charlie gets to do right here. So normally if you wanted to play a 4 cost from hand and use leader effect, you're going to need 7 Don in total. But with Boa being one of those, you only need 6 Don, which is definitely a strong effect. So Charlie is sitting here with 3 Don remaining, one of which I'm assuming is going to go on leader, and another one is going to be used for leader effect, as Boa also gets to rearrange at the top of Charlie's deck, which he was just able to do.
Yeah, for sure. I think there is, because of this Boa and the ability to be able to move that rested Don to your leader, going second is actually probably a more viable strategy than you would think with this deck. You definitely, on your 6 Don turn, you actually have the ability to go Jinbei Boa, stack it so you put a Jinbei at the top, and then you get to go swing leader Jinbei Boa. And so you have 2 5k bodies, 2 6k bodies, and you swung for 7k, or 8k actually, and you now have 4 cards on board and 6 Don. It's such a huge thing. I think definitely the Boa and the Lore are the two key pieces for this deck that bring it to this new level that we're seeing now, where everyone thinks it's one of the top decks in the format.
Yeah, definitely. And we did just see the Lore come down from Charlie using his leader effect to play it down, and it removed that annoying Brook, which was essentially threatening to remove one of Andrew's cards. One of Charlie's cards every turn, but it does go back to Andrew's hand. So if he wants to play it down again, he can simply just play it down again to get another piece of removal. So it's kind of like a Band-Aid, right? He's put a little Band-Aid on it. He's going, if I can't see it, that card's not there. I don't have to deal with it anymore. But it will definitely still be a card that kind of has to be dealt with one way or another. But at this point in the game, this is kind of where Dofi really takes control, because it has 4 cards on board, and it has a decent-sized hand, because it's playing cards from the top of deck. That's not losing cards in hand. Lore just bounced one of Charlie's own cards back to his hand. So that actually went +1 in hand, and all these 5k swings are just slowly pitching away at Andrew's hand, which is what we can see coming down here. I think after this discard, Andrew's going to be sitting at only 2 cards in hand.
So this Kirby comes down. I think it KOs a 3 or less, if I had to guess. Haven't seen that card in a hot minute. It has been a while since anyone played that card. It does make you discard a card to get that KO effect. So it has fallen out of favor in a lot of decks where you just have better options like Lucci and the CP engine. Whereas this with the pure Navy engine, the Kirby is a Navy. And so it is more optimal to run this than try and fit something like Lucian, which may not work as well in this kind of style of deck.
Yeah, definitely. And the other really cool thing about Kobe is it can be played off of Rebecca. So you can play Rebecca with your Gecko and then get it back. Looks like we will not see any of that though. Andrew probably hasn't drawn into them, or maybe he runs a lower count of them because he's trying to fit this heavy Navy package in. But we do see that big boss monster Gecko come down, which I guess is the quote-unquote scary card in black. It is a 9k. Pretty much any time that Andrew decides he wants to swing into something with this Gecko, with both these players' hand size being super low, it is going to very quickly reduce Charlie's board and not be able to protect it. But we do see a 6k swing into Andrew's leader here with a low hand size. This is kind of scary. Andrew will discard his entire hand to defend the 6k swing because he was kind of scared. I could ramp up to 7 and then maybe another 7. 6 is going to be the easiest that I know I can defend. So Andrew have to make a super tough call, and he is playing off of top deck mode from this point onwards, which is always, as a competitive card game player, that's always the scariest moment. If you watch Yu-Gi-Ohs back in the day, you may believe that is one of where your deck becomes the most consistent, but not in reality. Sometimes it can be a tough choice.
I think it is a smart play from Charlie here, just to, he has 0 cards in hand. You can kind of just poke his board now. I wouldn't be surprised to see a swing into this Tasigi, just clear it for free, and then just develop more of a board. You don't need to actually commit any Don to these swings anymore. He's probably going to take them. If you swing 6 into Shigi, clear that, swing 5 into the leader, swing 5 into the leader again, it's like he's probably going to take it. He doesn't want to go down to 0 cards again. Otherwise, he's probably just going to lose the turn after. So he's understandable that Andrew had to get out of that swing. Otherwise, he does just have the threat of just needing to be in top deck from life mode, where these swings that'll ramp up through the turn will come out. But it is a very tough position to be in for sure. He's very far behind now. By this point, you were kind of hoping if you're sitting across from Doffy, they just have no resources left. But with that Trafalgar Law on board, it can bouncing cards back to your hand as well as your opponents is just a huge tempo swing and allows you to keep those resources. So a lot of the time you will just bounce that Searcher back to your hand, bounce a Weevil back to your hand just to play it out again, just to draw more cards, so you're just never in danger of just running out of things to do.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Charlie at one point this turn was very low on hand size. And then Weevil just comes down, plays a body, draws a card. It kind of gets crazy what it's able to do. Andrew playing with something like 2 cards in hand because he's down to 1 life. Super rough. But when you're kind of on 1 life looking at a board full of 5 bodies, there's really not much you can do, hey? And I guess this is why Dofi is kind of praised to be that best deck that's running around at the moment. It just does so much. It's just all these little 5k pokes are super annoying. And you kind of may think to yourself, well, it doesn't have any big removal for boss monsters, but when your opponent's at 1 life the turn after they play their boss monster, that boss monster's not doing real much at all. And you might also say, well, it doesn't really swing big. Well, when your board already has 5 bodies on it, you don't really need to swing big for those boards, for those swings to be effective. And all these bodies kind of act like pseudo blockers, because if Andrew decides to swing at Charlie's life at any point in the last couple turns, well, then Charlie's board just survives and he's probably dying the next turn, Andrew. So it is definitely a catch-22. Do I swing at the board and not be able to kill the Dofi, or do I swing at life and then die to Dofi's board?
Yeah, it's definitely a rough position to be in from Andrew's point of view. It's definitely there probably feels like there's just no correct play here. It's very hard to see what his out is right now. It is very much just staring down death and just going, okay, where is that glimmer of hope? Where is that line that I can take to have a chance? And then sometimes you just have to go for it, even if it seems impossible. Maybe Doffy just has all their bricks in hand, and you just go, I am no matter what losing next turn. I can't clear enough. He has too much pressure. I am just going to go for game. I'm just going to swing some numbers and pray that I get there. You do need all 4 attacks to go through. He does have 4 cards in hand, not very likely. But we do see the board clear coming through, so that is a sign that Andrew does think he has a chance of living next turn if he can clear enough of these characters off the field.
Yeah, we see Andrew come down, play a Hina 4-3. That is a dead card. Just choosing which card to reduce its cost by kind of looking at the other cards that Andrew has there. Not too much to do. We can use Smoker's effect to get a little bit of buff in power. And then it looks like we're going to see the Brook come down to kill the Boa blocker, reducing the cost of the Weevil. So Weevil is now down, I believe, to a 2 cost.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, it's been reduced now down to a 1 cost. Yeah, they're just now confirming what the board stays currently looking like. Andrew just thinking where he needs to swing to kind of stay in this game. Swings available to him are Smoker, Kobe, and Sengoku, but unfortunately he can't swing with both Kobe and Sengoku because they are too low in power. They both need Sengoku needs 3 Don, but he only has 3 Don available, and Kobe needs 1. So not both of them can swing this turn. Andrew just figuring out his best chance of survival.
So I do believe the Smoker is currently a 7k leader. It does get that 1k buff if your opponent has a 0 cost card when you use this effect after minusing something by 1. Doesn't have to be the card you chose, just anything. You do get that plus 1k. So we do see the Keeler coming out, but Charlie here does have 3 attacks, no blockers on the side of Andrew, 1 card in hand. You just swing 7, then dump everything, and it's,
Yeah, that is the unfortunate game that lost there for Andrew. Very well played by Charlie, and it kind of just shows the domination that Doflamingo can do when it sees a couple of those Jinbeis. Doesn't really matter how much removal you have as black. Jinbei just plays too many bodies. Dofi just gets too many bodies down for free and is able to destroy, well, not really destroy, but just able to overpower any other deck. Even if the other deck has big bodies, it's just really hard to deal with a lot of 5k swings. So congratulations to Charlie, who now proceeds to being 6-0. Hopefully Andrew is able to come back and still make day 2 tomorrow. Would love to be able to see Smoker do really well. It is a crazy cool deck that we get to see with the new starter decks coming out. And we did get to see both Tashigi and Sengoku, which is 2 cards that we did say that Smoker kind of gained in this new starter deck that was able to propel it to at least go 5-0 in the first 5 rounds.
Which 5-0 is still a very good start for a Smoker.
Super impressive. But that is the end of round 6. And guys, you will have us for the rest of the day. We're not here for one and done. We've made it to Adelaide, so we'll be here for round 7, 8, and 9, which will begin shortly. And we'll also be here for day 2, so please stay tuned and we'll get some great gameplay right on the way for you guys. But that is it for us for round 6. We'll catch you guys round 7. Hey everyone, and welcome to round 7 of the One Piece Regionals here in Adelaide. We're back 2 rounds in a row. Look, we started off missing the first 5, but we've made it back 2 in a row. So, you know, we're starting off X2 or X5, but we're doing all right as commentators. But we are here for round 7. We have 2 players who are 5-1, so these guys are both fighting for their chance to make day 2. We are going to have 8 rounds today, so this is the second last round. We only have 4 undefeated left, so this will be our second last round. But we will have a Lucci mirror here today. Kevin, as someone who's played Lucci for longer than you wanted to play Lucci, what's the mirror like?
So it's actually very much changed since set 8. So since in set 7, it was very much go second, see more geckos, pray that you see more geckos, and just kind of get there. Very much in set 8, there's very much a split between, do you go first, play for that jack curve? It is very hard for your opponent to remove your jack on curve efficiently. Once you get that to stick, you're in a very good position. Or do you say, I'm just going to play my normal game plan as Lucci in the mirror, I'm going to just play geckos after geckos, and we'll just figure it out if you do get that jack out on curve. So we'll have to see who wins dice roll, who chooses what. Myself personally, I normally do like to go first in the mirror. It is just very hard to remove an 11 cost on 8 Don efficiently. Like, you can use double Ice Age. If you have enough in the drop, you got Tempest Kick, Ice Age, some shenanigans. But other than that, it's just very hard. Like, and then if you don't remove it that turn, your opponent, you give it back to you, you're on 9 Don, you go, okay, cool, I'm just going to play Gecko now. And now my Jack's going to KO something, I just use Gecko for value.
Definitely, and we do see Nathan is going first here, playing the Spandam turn 1, getting that Lucci in the drop, which is always nice to see, as well as that Spandam, setting up for successful geckos already. Both players playing the altar leaders, so good on them. We'll see a 5k swing with Lucci here that will take Koi down to 4 life. And I guess this is just the early turns, right? Playing Brook, just playing slow, playing cards. I feel like most Lucci games aren't decided until like the 10 Don turn, or the turn after the 10 Don turn, or the turn after the turn after the 10 Don turn. So these first early turns will be quite slow, but we do see quite a cool card in Koi's bin, which is the Uta. I think it just reduces cost as well as not being able to be KO'd by leader swings. So a lot of decks nowadays don't really play much early besides Uta.
Yeah.
So we will try and pull the right one off. But that Uta is definitely quite a unique card that we are seeing Black start to play a little bit more. We see Lucci coming down, not clearing anything, because Koi does not have enough cards in bin. A bit of a unfortunate situation when you don't see Spandam early on, but it is, I guess, kind of what you just have to deal with sometimes. We will see the 5k swing with Lucci milling 2 cards. Seeing that, I think that was a Spandam or Spandine and a Helmeppo hitting the bin for Nathan. Look, he hasn't milled any big boys, and he has milled all the little guys he wants. So definitely doing fine. We will be KOing that Lucci, just trying to get as much advantage on the board as possible.
Yeah, definitely. It's very much in the Lucci mirror. You will generally just go down to 3 life. The first 2 life are more like resources in your hand. You don't really want to defend those. There's no need to stay at high life. But other than that, it is very much just you need cards on board. If you present no threats to your opponent, they will just start swinging it into you for larger and larger numbers, and they'll just get to keep their board. So it's very much a board tempo matchup. So we do see the who's who. You do have to discard a card to KO 3 or less. So even though it does feel bad from the side of Koi to have lost that Lucci, at least you're getting 2 cards out of your opponent's hand, one of them being a 2k, to get that. So you're just kind of trading resources. It does come down to like these big swing turns. Essentially, you're saying, I'm winning, then your opponent goes, no, I'm winning. And then you go, no, actually, I'm winning. And so, like, that's very much what it feels like when you're playing in this Lucci mirror. It's like, can your opponent swing the game back in their tempo, and then can you swing it back again? It's like, it is back and forth until one of you just goes, I just got nothing. I'm going to go for game now. I've got nothing better to do. And so we will eventually get to that point. We do see the Brook come down on curve. A lot of decks have been cutting that out. It is primarily a Nami tech. It does trash a 4 or less instead of KOing. So it is really good in the Black Mirror as well to remove these Sabos. But we do see the 7-cost jack come down on curve from Nathan. That is very huge. From his point of view, you may rest this card, KO, draw a card, discard a card, KO a 3 or less.
Yep. Nathan not wanting to swing here, realizing that Koi theoretically has the better board state. If Koi just decides, you know what, I'm going to touch all 8 of my Don and swing 13 into this Jack. So Nathan just deciding, you know what, we're going to leave this Jack inactive and make sure I get the full value of it going into my next turn. And Nathan does have a bunch of cost reduction in the bin with that Spandium, which can play out Caulifla as well as Hell Mepo. So something like a Gecko with probably any of the cost reduction events may actually be able to clear an opposing Gecko or Jack. So it will be quite interesting to see how this turn goes down, but it can be quite hard for Koi to remove this Jack, especially with the fact that Koi doesn't have anywhere near close to 10 cards in the bin, so that Tempest Kick is not live yet. That Tempest Kick is simply a draw 1, which, mind you, I did use it as a draw 1 in an online event the other week in VY. I just wanted to run as many cards that said draw 1 as I could. So you can just use it as a draw 1 card, but we are definitely looking for the best removal options here, which is something to note. The other thing to note is Koi is down to 2 life. If he doesn't get blockers kind of coming down sooner rather than later, Nathan has a lot more potential to say, I'm losing the game, I'm just going for life, and you have to kind of kill me before I go through everything. So it is definitely something very important to keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely. So as you can see from Nathan going first, he does have actually this huge advantage. Like, it's just really hard from Koi's point of view to just clear this Jack. And then any way you do it, if you don't do it while also establishing either blockers or some threats or some pressure, you're just going to get cleared on the return. So either another Jack coming down, you have the Brook and the leader providing this inbuilt minus, so don't even need to dedicate any more resources there. So it'd be interesting to see what plan Koi comes up with and whether he can out this Jack, or if he just says, I'm just going to try and get you down to 1 life this turn, play out some blockers and just pray, essentially. Looking at Koi's drop, no really good targets. You could play Gecko into Lucci plus the 2-drop Uda, I guess. Just to have the bodies out to clear the Brook and the Spandam and just say, next turn you have a Jack, do as much as you can with it, because after this, I'm going to just keep putting the pressure on.
Yep. Both players down to 2 life now. They're very much going to go, you know what, we're going for board this game, or we're going to end this game real soon. So I think Koi kind of just going, you know what, we're going to play this Jack. We get to remove this Brook, which is kind of nice. Nathan played the Brook on turn 2 and didn't do anything with it. So that's a little bonus there for Koi, but I guess there wasn't really a chance for Nathan to do anything with it. The threat was basically all it was for a couple turns, and we'll see the pass come down here from Koi, and this is going to be a very big turn here from Nathan. Being able to remove this Jack while developing another body, if possible, is going to swing this massively towards him. He's going to have 2 bodies, 2 Koi's none, which is just crazy to kind of think about. However, looking at Nathan's hand, there doesn't really seem to be much that he can kind of slam down.
No Gecko in the hand, no Ice Age. It's very rough position. Actually, I think there's actually an Ice Age in there. I saw it for a second.
So there could be some cost reduction. That Jack is currently a 11 cost. The Ice Age will reduce it down to a 6, leader down to a 5, but we still need to find another way to reduce it by 2 more to get it in range for Jack to clear it. But then Nathan still has to deal with that Brook. Like, that Brook, if it stays alive, it's kind of a 6k swing every turn, which is no longer going to be Nathan's priority to remove. So it's just going to get value every turn it kind of lives. So yeah, Nathan definitely in this kind of awkward spot. He has 9 Don and not many lines to take.
Yeah, definitely. I do see the Kefla plus Ice Age in his hand. He could definitely be thinking about leader swinging into this Brook for the rest of my Don, or potentially into leader and just saying that your Brook's going to do nothing into me next turn. Playing Ice Age, playing the Kefla again to draw 2, discard 2, making that Jack a 3 cost, and then just cane it with your own Jack. So he is swinging into leader. He's asking for 2 cards from hand. Going down to 1 life is getting a little bit close for comfort, especially when your opponent still has this Jack and you no longer have your big body. So we'll have to see what he wants to do there. Leaving himself with 7 Don is interesting. Maybe looking to play something for 2. Not sure what else there is to play for 2. I guess just understanding. Yep, so we do see the Kefla come down for 4. So this card lets you draw 2, discard 2. Oh, there we do see those are some pretty good top decks for this matchup for sure.
Definitely, it kind of didn't matter which way Nathan spun it around. The Lucci milled a Gecko, the Caulifla draw 2,
Yep.
drew a Gecko, so it didn't really matter which way we did it.
Yep, so now it's down to a 3 cost.
Yeah, so it is removable, and then we will see the Jack draw 1.
So no Rebecca's in drop. Could think about discarding that now just to guarantee it in drop next turn. It does feel bad to, I guess, combo it when you aren't getting out of an attack just to get it in the drop. So it is sometimes safer just to go, okay, I'm probably going to take a hit and then use my other cards to counter attack anyway because it's probably going to be a bigger number. So I'll just get rid of this Rebecca now, and then next turn I have that safety of the Rebecca's definitely there. I don't have to think as hard on my next turn. I'll just let my opponent play the game, and then next turn we go for this massive Gecko play.
Yeah, definitely. And the big thing kind of to note here is Nathan probably could have made his leader swing a little bit bigger, being a 9k, because those 2 Don were left open. He maybe left some of the Don open if he drew a Spandom just to kind of get some extra plays. But we will see just that 5k swing from leader come down quite easy for Nathan to be able to combo out of. Same with this 6k Brook swing, and this is where we're just playing a battle. We'll see the Tempest kick come down, draw 1, and reduce Jack. Jack is now down to an 8 cost. I wonder what else we're going to see. Maybe some more cost reduction.
Potentially.
Maybe another Tempest kick, which will reduce Jack down to a 5 cost, and maybe a really scary boy from Thriller Bark that cuts people's shadows away. So it will be quite interesting. I'm pretty sure I saw a Gecko down in Koi's hand. So he is now just making sure he does everything the right way. Taps 8 for the new Alt Art Gecko, the one from the PRB booster that came out yesterday. Good to see that some people have already been able to pull these super cool shiny cards. But the important thing to note is we don't have a blocker come down here for Koi. So Nathan is able to kind of just swing a little bit, but Black's plays do cost a lot of Don. So this 4k body for Caulifla isn't super scary. So it will be interesting to see how Nathan handles the turn. I'm assuming he's going to be able to figure out a way to remove that Gecko. But the real question is whether the Brook and the Lucci stay alive. Because if they don't, just Koi kind of going, you know what, I'm going to turn the tempo on, and attaching a Don to them could be quite scary. But we just see the 5k in to lead come down, which at the end of the day, that's a simple 1 card out of hand. And because both these players just took all these early swings, their hand has cards in it, right? Like,
exactly.
they've got these 1Ks to kind of to swing out of. So as we kind of said earlier, this is where the game starts. This is where we are playing it as Lucci. The first couple turns didn't really matter too much. Now it's just, how am I going to have the better board than my opponent at the end of their turn, and kind of threaten lethal always for the next turn. We're going to see another 5k swing come down for the Caulifla. This is definitely the difference between Koi and Nathan's board, is Nathan needs to attach a Don to swing into Koi. However, Koi gets to swing 4-6 naturally, and if he does have a spare Don, then it becomes a 7k swing, which is a big difference. That's a whole nother card out of hand, and that other card has to be a 2k, which is a pretty nasty difference.
Yeah, for sure. We do see, I guess, the issue of not having that Gecko to follow up with that Jack that came through from last turn. So having a bit of a slower turn. Yes, he removed the Jack that was there on field, but he only played this Caulifla to facilitate that. And we can see the power of, if he had another Gecko on the field plus removing that Jack, yes, Koi can answer the Jack back, but now he'd have a Gecko on field to then keep on putting the pressure on. So it definitely does feel like the game is switched into Koi's favor because of that Gecko missed on curve. But we do see Nathan come down. We'll see what kind of magic he can work with this. Assuming, I think he has the full combo in drop. Yep, he definitely does. He definitely has enough pieces for everything else as well. So We will see, but as you can see, Koi's like, yep, bye-bye both my big cards.
Yep.
So it's definitely, this is the tempo swing that you look at as a Lucci player of going, this is what I want. Like, the reason you play Lucci is to pull this combo off and just go, I have 5 cards on board, do something about it now.
Indeed. Nathan's board went from just a Caulifla to, you know what, I'm now overplaying one of my own cards to play this Lucci, which is killing 2 bodies. And then Lucci obviously had to bottom deck another 3 cards. But the tempo has now straight away swung back into Nathan's favor, because not only is his board big and kind of, that's a lot of cards you got to deal with, but on top of that, there's a blocker on the field. And these blockers definitely matter a lot.
Yeah, I definitely think the Rebecca is very, very key. Just being able to block an attack that maybe it's more likely to block an attack going into a battle card than I think your leader. You don't mind either going down to 1 or comboing over attacks. You'd rather Rebecca live. Because if you can keep your board alive and then you can go play a Sabo, you're essentially saying, I have 2 turns of this board now. I have the turn I'm playing this Sabo and I'm going to clear it. And then I have the turn after, you can't clear anything of mine. And then I have another turn with this full board. I'm just going to be swinging into your leader or your board for as much as I like because I have this Sabo. So that is why we do see like the trade of boards is because if one ever does stick, and the person plays a Sabo, it just feels like an impossible position comes out, and that's when the race starts to happen. Essentially, it's the board can no longer be traded. It is now a race for life.
Definitely, and it is a lot of mental math. In the spot of a pressure top cut game, it is very, very hard to make sure you're doing all your math correct, even if that math is simple addition, simple subtraction.
Hey,
it is very hard to do at this top stage. We see a 6K swing come through with Brooke, and even though Nathan has this Rebecca blocker, Nathan being on 2 life with only 2 cards in hand kind of means that, you know, a 6K swing is enough for me to warrant using the blocker. We will see the Lucci leader swing milling 2. No super crucial pieces coming down, but both these players' hands are getting quite small. So the real question is, do we have enough ways to remove our opponent's board?
For sure. It's definitely an attrition battle of hand versus board right now. Koi with 6 cards in hand, Nathan with only 2. It's what do you use these 2 cards to defend? Can I keep them for the next turn? So definitely if you have a Rebecca in hand, that's 1 card you really want to keep if you can, because it lets you grab back anything. Most likely a Sabo, Rebecca Sabo. Very, very strong combo. It lets you put that extra Don under the Kefla as well and swing with a lot of battle cards. So it's very much just a toss-up of which ones do I let live, which ones do I let die, what is getting cleared anyway, and what do I, if I save something, does that mean something else doesn't get cleared and this has to get cleared instead? So it's a lot of mental math. It's a lot of looking at your opponent's trash, remembering what they've used, what they've bottom decked. That's the hardest thing. Is like nothing stays in the trash. It all gets bottom decked. And so you go, okay, I can look at my opponent's trash and go, okay, they used 3 events. It's like, well, they did use 3 events at some point. They're not long in there, and I can't remember how many it is now. So I'm just going to say, I guess it's some number close to 2.
Definitely, it is definitely hard. But these top Lucci players would have been used to doing the mirror, and they're used to knowing exactly where their Tempest kicks are. So they are making sure they're looking at their opponents. Nathan does take this life here, kind of going, you know what, it's probably pretty hard for this Gecko to be cleared by Koi. Koi spent a lot of time kind of thinking on this turn. Maybe that means he doesn't have it easily and it'll take him a lot of cards in hand, so I have the chance to kind of apply pressure. Maybe there's no clean way to do it, so my other bodies survive and I can apply pressure. But we do see the Uta come down that we tried to show you earlier, but failed. So let's try this. Take 2 of the Uta. I believe it is this one, but we will see shortly.
So it definitely does come down. I think you rest it and then you do get 2 minus the cost of a card. I assume it's 3, maybe 2. I do not remember. I have not seen that card played in a long time. It's definitely come out as a more useful card. It's just another 2-drop you can just play off of Gecko, which is it's a little slightly more useful than I guess other things. It's like another version of Helmepo where a lot of the time your opponent's just not going to want to clear like the little bodies. There essentially is like a pseudo blocker where it's like, unless you have a small attack to go into this, you're not swinging into it. So it's better in a Helmepo if it lives. And most of the time, Helmepo lives, so maybe I'll just play this instead. It has no counter, but you don't really want Helmepo in hand anyway, so that's not really an issue. So it's an interesting inclusion.
Yeah, definitely. We do see 4 cards in Koi's hands. He's on 2 life, but the Gecko did live, which is the important part to note. Nathan now has a total of 4 cards in hand, and the game kind of comes down to, does Nathan survive this next turn? Because if he does and he plays a body down, swings at life, it will be quite difficult for Koi to go for game or defend. So
Definitely see this. We do see the defensive plays coming out from Nathan, swinging the Gecko into the brook, saying that I need you to not swing, have that alive for next turn so I can survive. Instead of just, if I know I'm surviving with your current board, I'm just swinging into your life. I'm just trying to keep you the turn after. So we will see this swing into leader, just milling some more cards, just get more options to the drop. At a certain point, you can't forget that you don't have to do that because it's just like second nature. But definitely, there's probably enough cards in the drop where sometimes you just don't do it. But yeah, definitely now is fine. We do see the other Gecko come down. This is huge. This is the stabilizing piece that Nathan needs right now. He does have the full combo again. It is going on again, removing 2 bodies, leaving just that Gecko. So technically, Koi has enough attacks to win the game next turn. It is a little bit scary. If he does have a way to remove that Rebecca efficiently, Nathan only has 3 cards in hand, and generally, Lucci will only run like anywhere from like 6 to 9 or 10 2Ks, and so they do run a lot of dead cards as well. So it is a very, it maybe just be a moment of, okay, well, I'm definitely not surviving 2 Geckos plus my opponent's board. I'm on 1 life. I can't clear enough. I'm just going to have to go for it now.
yeah, but we do also see if Koi does have a Rebecca in hand, Rebecca Sabo is a lot of defense. Like that's stopping the 2 Gecko swings. So it's now, can he kill me through a Lucci and a leader swing? Which the answer may be no, right? So there is a lot of things Koi does have to kind of think through because he's got a decent amount of cards in hand. So it is going to be quite an interesting time. Rebecca Sabo, definitely one of the best defensive players, and it also gets to filter Koi's hand out a little bit, so he can get rid of some of those dead cards, try draw into some more 2Ks. So there are definitely options, and we'll see how it goes. But it kind of is the only other option is probably Rebecca Sabo defense or go in for the game, trying to remove the Rebecca blocker and swinging twice, because that Gecko swings are probably connecting. So definitely see what happens. Nathan will probably be able to tell which way Koi goes based on his Don attachment. One Don does seem quite along the lines of Rebecca Sabo. So we'll see swing into, I think he declared it into the 4-drop Lucci. Nathan now has to make the choice. What does he want to do? We'll see the guard with the 2K. We know for a fact that Koi is not going for game now because he doesn't have enough swings. He went for the defensive line and now just has to play the best defense he can going into Nathan's next turn.
Definitely. I do enjoy this part of the game where you swing in with the Gecko and I just declare to my opponent, I'm just going to swing into your Rebecca because you just know they're going to block. No matter where this Gecko is swinging, I am just blocking because the freest block of my life. Even if I want to take the card in life, I have a full board, I want to play stuff next turn, I might as well just block. There is no reason not to at this point. So I could definitely just see the swing into Rebecca coming in.
The only place that I may not block is a swing into another Gecko, because that's a 1K counter out. But let's be real, that's probably not happening, is it?
Very, very true. I could also see maybe there's an argument for not swinging. If you want to go Rebecca Sabo, leave Gecko active and say, you can't clear this Gecko. You have to present another wall for me to not just go for game again next turn. You need another blocker. If you don't develop another blocker, you've only got 1 Rebecca, but I now have 3 swings. So I can push through, I can split it. You have no cards in hand. Like, I could definitely see a world where the Gecko block just doesn't come through. So that way it stays active and isn't a threat of being swung back into.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of different lines that Koi can take, but the big thing that does determine it is simply Koi's hand. We don't get full knowledge of what Koi can do, and there's a reason that Koi is doing so well today. He's 5-1. He has practiced a bunch with the deck and is seasoned with these choices, but sometimes the only choices you're kind of deciding between are, well, if my opponent has this, I lose, versus if I do this way and they have that, I lose. So it really just depends which out your opponent has, but it looks like we're probably going to see the Rebecca Sabo line come down. Gecko swung into Rebecca, as you said. I didn't see where it was declared, but we do see the block come down from Rebecca. Now, Koi just choosing which card to grab, and I'm sure it's going to be that Sabo. It is the classic black defensive line. 9 Don for 2 blockers that you are not touching. And we definitely see there were at least 2 dead cards, I believe, in Koi's hand. So we'll probably see a couple of them
drew into another one in the Ice Age as well.
Discarded. And it's now Koi's decision. Which one shall he discard? I believe there are also a couple 2Ks. So this defensive turn is going to be quite strong on his part. And really just depends how Nathan sequences it all. 5 swings, 1 life. Nathan needs 2 of his 5 swings to connect.
Very interesting. I think I would consider pitching the Gecko there. You're at the point of, my opponent has 2 Geckos. If I was going to play Gecko as this turn, there is no... You're in an even worse position next turn. So I don't think you want to pitch... You want to keep the Gecko. And at the same time, Ice Age can theoretically be useful if your opponent only presents a Rebecca blocker. You can Ice Age Brook that, and then for minimal Don investment, you've now gotten rid of that blocker, and then you can just swing the rest of the Don evenly across your attacks, and you get this free 9k swing in.
Definitely. Nathan, it seems like he has a decent line to play defensively, because he's not attaching any Don. He's happy to kind of spend his energy, and he is just going for these swings. We're probably going to see the block with Rebecca come down here, and we'll see where Nathan's Don goes. He's just going, thinking whether to attach the Don. Probably not worth it.
Slight missequence there. Definitely should have swung with the Helmet first if that was the plan. That way, if he does want to block with the Sabo and get a free block in, essentially because it can't die, you can then just clear the board and just go, okay, you have literally 1 attack. There is no Black Rush that most Luchis play. I mean, there is technically a Luchi card which can gain Rush. If he shows me that card, I will be amazed. But generally, you want to almost bait your opponent into blocking if possible by keeping these big attacks up.
We do see the 2K get brought back off the Spandam, and Nathan's kind of going the other way, going, look, you have 3 swings in total. I have a blocker, and I am showing you that I am getting 2K or 4K worth of combo back, which is probably getting me out of one of your attacks. And I so quickly decided that this was my line, that I probably have other defensive cards in my hand. Like this wasn't a, all right, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to see, oh, can I survive? Do I have to go for game this turn? This was Nathan Lee confidently deciding to go hard into it. Nathan now deciding whether he wants to get the Spandam back. If he does, he may be able to play something like a Caulifla, maybe his best option to play from the drop if he wants to cycle other cards from his hand, or just grab a 2K back. This kind of decision, though, does make it seem like maybe Nathan doesn't have as much counter in hand as he wants to have. So he's choosing to get this Spandam back, and it's not the worst idea in the world. You bottom deck 3 cards, which are going to be these 3 Tempest kicks. And we're going to play the Caulifla, which means we're going to draw 2 cards, we're going to trash 2 cards, and we are going to see how this goes. It's a little bit of a risky decision. He gets 2 1Ks and has to discard a 1K as well as a dead card.
I guess the toss-up is there. If you play the is it Caulifla or Kefla? I've been calling it Kefla. I've been playing too much
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, I've been too much Dragon Ball. If you play the Caulifla, essentially you're saying I need to replace dead cards from my hand. If I only have 1 dead card, I need that to be a 2K to make it worth it over just grabbing back a 2K. So if I don't get an improvement on 2 of my cards, either by a dead card into a 2K is the same as just drawing a 2K, or and then I need to get an improvement of 3K counter power to make it work better than that. So in that case, it was actually worse than just grabbing back the 2K because he drew two 1Ks. He only got to discard one dead card and one 1K. He effectively only increased his hands combo power by 1K. Instead of if you just grab back that 2K, his hands combo power is increased by 2K.
Definitely. Koi may be slightly regretting his decision to discard that Ice Age because it does have a Brook in hand. So that Brook plus the Ice Age for Dawn would have been able to clear the Rebecca, which meant he would have been able to have 3 swings straight into life here. Koi knows that Nathan, I believe, has 4 cards in hand, and all of them at least have some resemblance of combo power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have discarded that expanded. So minimum, he can get to 9K. So Koi has to figure out, okay, well, I can probably make all my attacks slightly bigger than 9K. He can attach 3 Don to Sabo, 4 to Leader, and still have 3 left over. So they can at least all be 10K. So it is definitely going to be a super interesting one that we'll see. We do see Gecko come down for a 9K swing. If Nathan blocks this one, there's 10 Don left remaining. 5 can go on Lucci, 5 can go on Sabo, which means we're swinging for 10, 11. Nathan sitting, trying to do the math on whether or not it's a good idea to take this, good idea to block it. If he does take it and there is something along the lines of some form of removal, Koi has the ability to dump everything into one swing. So it is, I mean, it's a tough decision for Nathan.
Yeah, it's definitely a mind game here of like, what is my opponent expecting me to do? What is versus correct? So in this situation, it's 50-50. Unfortunately, there is actually no correct answer because you go, okay, if my opponent has no removal, I just take this hit and I just go, okay, I'm gonna block you're gonna swing 10, I'm gonna counter out. Either way, you need if I can't get out of 9, if I can get out of 9, I snap get out of 9. Actually, that's a lie. You snap get out of 9, and then he shows you removal when you lose anyway. This is the problem. Like, it is very much a, does my opponent have the removal for this blocker? If they do, the correct decision becomes a lot harder. If they don't, then the correct decision becomes a lot more straightforward of, you should probably, I would default to probably just block and just take, okay, my opponent may have messed up, and they may have been trying to, like, outplay me. Maybe they don't, like, maybe I can get out of it anyway. But realistically, if you block this first one, he's probably going to swing 10, 11, just by splitting it evenly. If he swings 9, 12, and you can't get out of a 9, it is very much a, it's a very much a call of what do you think your opponent's going to do? How are they going to split their Dawn? Do I take this or not? This is the hardest part of the game of, like, what is the correct choice here? I couldn't tell you. I'm glad it's not me making the decision right now. I can tell you that much.
I mean, this is always the hardest part because, as I said before, it's like you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? There are so many different lines that your opponent has that if you took it, they could do a different line, but it looks like Koi is simply going to go for the 10 into the 11. If Nathan gets out of this swing,
what do we see?
We'll see.
Oh, we didn't see it.
We'll see the 11K swing. That is exactly 12. Nathan does survive the turn. Koi doesn't really need to play it out. That was 3 2Ks and a 1, which is exactly what it was. And I think that was a 2K out of life, right?
That was 100% 2K out of life. That was the Suru out of life there. Yeah. I think, yeah, it's definitely... Knowing that information, I probably wouldn't have blocked the first one.
I mean, it's really hard to say, right?
It is still very hard to say. Just knowing that, because if you don't block the first one, you're saying, okay, you have to have the removal for this, and the cheapest way you can do that is 4. So the biggest number you can swing for is 12 and then 5. But
I mean, if he counters out and the removal, the game's kind of over.
That's true.
But it was a super close game from Nathan and Koi. Nathan progressing to 6-1. There is one more round. If Nathan's able to win it, he will guarantee himself a spot in top 16 tomorrow. Even if he loses, he has a chance to make it in. Koi still also has a chance, 6-2. Some of the 6-2s will bubble in to top cut. So both of these players played that game extremely well, both of which had to kind of come down from the bottom. Nathan missing Gecko on 9 really hurt, and Koi not having the correct removal to remove that first Jack also really hurt. So both of these players doing the best with what the cards gave them and was able to get to the end. However, Nathan was the one who was able to just get that little bit over and by legitimately 1K come with the victory at the end of the game.
2K off life. Sometimes it just has to be. This needs to be a 2K I lose, and you just go. It's gonna be.
Look,
I believe.
Yeah, there's
it has to
RNG
be.
in card games, and we did just see a little bit of it there. But hey, that's what it is. But congratulations once again to Nathan, and we will catch you guys at the start of round 8, which will be our last round of the day. Hey everyone, and welcome to the final round of Swiss here in the Adelaide Regionals. We have players fighting to make their spot in top 16, and today we have two players right on the edge of top 16. Both of these players are 6-1, and the winner will be guaranteed a spot in top 16 tomorrow. So this game is going to be super important for both of these players, getting a chance to win that top 16. Rebecca, I believe.
Rebecca?
I believe it's Rebecca for top 16. But we do have Stefan versus Nathan today. Stefan is on Blue Doflamingo, the deck that got a bunch of support from the new starter decks, versus BY Luffy. I guess the villain of the card game, even though Luffy is the main character, but the antagonistic deck that everyone's been seeing, been played around for the last, probably since EBO1, really, is when it kind of gained a bunch of popularity. So we will see these guys go for it. This game is super tough for both players to be able to play. Once BY gets stabilized on 9 life, it is... It's not 9 life. Gosh, I wish I had 9 life. We're not a cat here. We don't have 9 lives. But once they are on 9k power, it is quite hard for Doflamingo to swing in and deal those damages. However, just the amount of early pressure they have in the game can make quite a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. We will see. Generally, I do agree. BY Luffy is probably the closest thing we have to a tier 0 deck at the moment. I am an avid Lucci player. I hate BY, understandably. But definitely in this matchup, the Dofi does try and go wide and fast. BY can play around this. They generally want to counter out of some of these first attacks, purely just so they don't get their hand reset too hard by Pudding. So Pudding's a 4 cost. Play this, your opponent shuffles their hand back to the deck and draw 5 cards. So generally, if you're a slower deck and you like to take your first couple hits, against blue in general, you actually need to counter out of these first few hits, just so your hand doesn't get too large. So I know I've been playing Enel recently. If your hand is just all top end and they go, okay, we swing 9, swing 11, you now have 10 cards in hand, you go, well, I'm going back to 5. And you essentially just lost 5 cards for no reason. And it's very rough, but it is very much a switch up that a lot of these decks do need to do specifically for this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It's essentially like an issue which Black used to play to give BY a lot of trouble, but can be a lot worse. However, Doflamingo has some of arguably the worst removal in the game at the moment, right? It only bounces cards back to its opponent's hands, which means what smart BY players do, like Nathan is doing here, is just playing these 2 costs down early. It just means I don't have them in hand, but I'm eventually going to use them because they need to be in play, and the only way they're getting removed is if you're putting them back in my hand. And because I'm not using my Don in the first 2 turns, what else am I going to do? I'm just going to play them. You can put them back in my hand if you want, but most likely they're just going to sit here on board up until I use them. So quite smart here from Nathan. So we will see what happens. We see a ball come down from Stefan, just trying to get as big of a scary board down as possible. You just need to hit them hard early as Dofi, because BY, it takes like 3 cards in hand for your leader to consistently be a 9k, which is super, super rough for BY to keep doing. Losing 3 cards in hand as well as having to counter out can be quite tough. So all you kind of really want to do as Dofi is just apply that early pressure. But if BY is able to get out of it early, I mean, hey, it's great.
So we do see the ball come down here, giving that extra Don to the Doffy leader, using the teacher 2-drop Marshall D Teach as effect to put a card from your hand on the top of your deck and give one of your characters or leaders 2 rested Don. So effectively going from having 1 Don left to having an 8k attack while using leader effect. You do have to, I guess, lose a card from hand as it goes to the top of your deck, but you do get to choose it, so you are effectively just playing it. It effectively says just pay 1, just pay 2, play the teacher, and then just play a card from your hand for 1, essentially, is what it says. So this lore is one of the premium targets. It does then just bounce back something, so you don't lose as many cards from your hand, and we do bounce back the 2-drop back to BY's hand. We want to just make them use these resources every turn. Make them struggle to have that lower hand size. So normally from a BY player, you'd probably just see, oh, I'm just gonna play out my Sabo here, maybe play out my normal Self Awakening Luffy. But that's just not possible in this matchup. If you take too slow of a stance into Doffy by doing nothing but just passing and letting your opponent do what they like, Doffy next turn can swing almost 9k 4 times, and it's just on 2 life with this many cards in hand. It's just a very rough situation to be in.
Definitely. We do see the Rocket Luffy, which is BY's favorite card to play in this matchup. KOs an opponent 4 or less and draws a card simply for just removing it from play. You play 5 to play it, you remove it from play, you KO one of your opponent's 4 or lesses, and you draw a card. It's perfect for BY, keeps his hand size nice and high, which obviously against Dofi you don't really want to do, but late game it is very valuable, but it also gets a 5 cost in drop. Because Blue's going to be swinging a lot of your 5 drops are going to be bottom decked from your life when you have a couple face-up ones. So it is quite a strong play, but Stefan only has one real body to attack this turn. So he's probably thinking, how am I going to go about this? But Nathan does have a decently sized hand, and one of the scariest things for people playing against Dofi, especially is BY players, because BY is a combo deck. You need multiple kind of cards to combo off. When you get puddinged, you just kind of get sad, right? Like you lose all
you're
your...
at the start of the game again, essentially. You're back to the RNG draw of, did I get the things I needed?
Yeah, you lose all these combo pieces. There's only an ace plus a Luffy. So there's a 5-cost Luffy in bin and a 2-cost ace in play. And they don't pair up together. So Nathan is going to have to draw cards. And if Nathan doesn't want to go down to 0 this turn, because I'm sure Stefan's going to swing into him, if he doesn't want to go down to 0, he's going to have to counter cards out of hand, which is going to make him have less cards. So this is quite a strong pudding from Stefan. However, it looks like Stefan did just signal to pass Nathan with his 5-card hand and drawing up to 6. Honestly, doesn't get affected too much by that pudding because there's no pressure following it from Stefan. His hand is only at 3 cards, so it's not too much for him to do. So I can definitely understand why he didn't want to do much else. Even putting Nathan down to 1, if he had like a Flampe, could set up 7k life, 7k leader with 1 life, which could be quite annoying to deal with. And now Nathan kind of has to go, well, what am I doing? I didn't expect to pass, but we will see Markano come down, which takes a life, and then Nathan gets to look at his last life and rearrange it with all his other life. Super impactful in this position, but you do get to see it. So if it was, for example, a 5-cost ace, well, look, I just get a free play, a rush ace, which is quite nice. But we'll pay a 1 for Garp, looking at the top 5, choosing a 5-cost or a 2-cost, because those are the only ones we run. We will see a Rocket Luffy come down, well, not come down, get put into play, and now Nathan has 5 Don left, I believe, or 4 Don left, 4 different lines. We'll see the Hiyori add that last life to hand to play 1 down. We'll put the Sabo there in life, pay 2. I'm assuming we've got that baby Sabo in hand. We do. Our leader is now a 7k. We get to draw 2, trash 2. Getting this blocker down is super nice, but we are definitely now on the I'm going to lose a lot of cards in hand over these next couple turns, just having to regain up my life. And the craziest thing about Pudding is he may have had a Gecko in hand before, he may not have a Gecko in hand now. It's kind of just this RNG button which says, look, you may have had a good hand before, but now you may not. So it's always BY's least favorite card to see. Ditching a card off of leader effect to put 2 cards face up in his life. Just thinking which cards he wants to put in. Look, it's probably just going to be 2 Rocket Luffys. Or a Rocket and a ST Luffy are what it's going to be. Just determining which order he wants them in can be quite a hard decision, because obviously Rocket Luffy is more helpful. However, if that is left at the bottom and Stefan just decides, I'm just going to build board and not swing for another turn, well, then Nathan may not be able to play down that Rocket Luffy to remove a body. We will see 9k go into life. Stefan, being on such high life before, now drops down to, I believe that's 3 life. Can be quite hard to tell. We're going to say it's 3 life at the moment. If we're wrong, we apologize. But it's
I
a
think
bit
it's
hard
actually 4.
to tell with those sleeves.
I think it's 4.
All right, we're going to say it's 4.
Yeah, we're gonna say it's 4. But yeah,
Once again, if we're wrong, we apologize.
yeah.
Can't be perfect like we normally are, but that's
Yeah.
that's right. Seeing how Stefan wants to order his turn, Nathan only with 3 cards in hand, so each of these swings that Stefan's able to put down this turn are going to be impactful. Even just swinging 7 a couple times, you can attach 3 to pudding, swing 7. You can attach 2 to lead, swing 7. 1 to Weevil, swing 7. And then that's a lot of pressure. That's 3 swings. That could be all the life that Nathan has gone, or most of the cards in Nathan's hands gone. So Stefan definitely in the driving seat, even if he is only on 3 life.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting position to be in from BY's perspective. Like, you generally feel kind of safe-ish, but you just generally don't have this law of a hand at this point in the game normally. Like, 3 cards, normally you're expecting something from like 8 to 10 where you're like, okay, yeah, I'm probably going to lose one of these life, but I've planned out my next couple turns. I'm going to get to the Gecko stage. I'm going to start generating this value where I actually don't lose any cards from hand from becoming a 9k, and then I get to start playing my game plan. But as we see, it's just 3 cards in hand. If you need to use 1 for leader ability. So if your top deck, if you go down to 0 cards in hand, you're saying my top deck is either being played, and if it's Gecko, I can't then use my leader ability. If I want to use leader ability, I can't play the card I just drew effectively. So it's going to be a very tough position to see what gets blocked, what gets counted out of, and what just gets taken. I can imagine a world where if it is just the 7/7/7 come through, potentially develop something else, that we do just see both life and potentially the blocker be gone and just a re-establish next turn.
All right, we see this first 7k swing come down, and this is where Nathan is going to be making decisions. Do I lose a life? Do I lose a card in hand? I guess it is all quite impactful, but because of that pudding, it could be relatively unimpactful, right? Because he just has no options. Sometimes that's what happens when you get puddinged as a BY player. I unfortunately know it all too well, but Nathan must have some sort of a plan because he's thinking of countering out of this swing. He will give a baby Sabo to get out of it. Stefan now 9 Don left. Will we see any more bodies come down? Because if no more bodies come down, Nathan has the chance to kind of just swing back into this Weavile and force Stefan to not have any more pressure going into the last couple turns of the game.
It is interesting. There is an argument for saying, okay, he's gotten out of the first one. I have gotten a card of his hand. I'm going to swing with leader, see what he does next, and then potentially just leave my other 2 cards inactive. I don't think you want to swing with the pudding unless you're actively trying to push through this damage for a specific reason. It's just going to get swung back into it too easily. Whereas at least with the Weevil, it's a 6k. Yeah, I mean, for BY Luffy, that's not normally a problem, but like if they have no options in their hand to buff themselves, like essentially, you just want to give, you almost would rather they swing into your leader and just say, okay, I need these cards in hand to do something next turn. I think Stefan's down to 1 or 2 cards in hand. He's running out of resources as well. Hasn't seen any of these big Jinbei plays we've seen from the last few Doffies on stream, so he's struggling a little bit more than we have seen in the past with this deck. But this is the downfall of this deck, is if you just don't draw the pieces sometimes. Like, yes, the deck is consistent. He is still in a winning position, I would argue, but he just hasn't got to do the explosive plays that other Doffies would be able to do in this position.
Definitely, and there is a small chance that we get to see one of the fated Dofi plays that I've heard people talk about, but I've never seen on stream, which is blindly using Dofi's leader effect to see if we can high roll and play a 4-cost. Now, it may seem like a bit high rolly, but these decks now probably run 75+% of their deck as cards which are valuable to play off of leader. You have the 4-drop Law, you have the 4-drop Weevil, you have the 4-drop Boa, you have the 4-drop Jinbei, the other 4-drop Gecko. That's 20 cards right there, and I'm sure I have missed a couple off of the top of my head.
Technically you can play the Teach, you can play the 1-drop Searcher as well. Like, you can play all these cards, not just the 4-drops that come out of it. But yeah, I would say that the hit rate is relatively very high. And also, if you consider it, if you're you're trading one Don for potentially a free card. If you look at it that way, instead of, oh, I need this to hit, if you go, this Don in this attack doesn't matter. Whether you know they're going to take it guaranteed, or they're going to counter out of it no matter what, with like, or it's just the Don doesn't matter in terms of the card advantage, you might as well just do it. And if you hit, you just get another body they have to worry about that turn after. If you don't, you've lost nothing but a Don from this potential attack.
Definitely. And what Stefan decides to do is, I'm playing the Jozu, I'm putting that Sabu back in your hand. I'm essentially saying next turn, you are a 5k leader. Unless you somehow manage to have 2 baby Luffys in that hand of yours. Well, honestly, you only need 1 because the 5-cost Luffy can ditch the other 5-cost Luffy. But realistically, this kind of puts Stefan in a point of, well, I'm not in danger, but you may be in danger if you don't show me the very specific cards that I need you to show me for this turn.
Yeah, definitely. This Jozu came down as well. It allows you to bounce one of your own cards back. So you bounce back the Sengoku to bounce back that Saber. Like Max said, it is huge. He said you got to search twice off that Sengoku in one turn, and also develop a 7k body. So 7k in this matchup is actually a premium stat line against the BY Luffy. Generally, they're not getting to that 9k consistent turns, and if they are, you've probably lost the game, to be honest, as Doffy. But they will generally get to 7k pretty consistently, so just the free attack in is always huge. Just essentially like a Lucci player in this matchup playing a Gecko and saying, I pretty much have a free attack every turn now, and I can just start grinding you out.
Definitely. And what a surprise, Nathan had a Sabo in his hand. That's crazy. He does play the one that did just get bounced back to his hand. 5 Don left open. The great thing about kind of 10 Don, that's most of BY's plays. You get to play 2 5-cost bodies, or you get to play your 8-cost Gecko. Sure, being on a 5k leader is kind of scary, but I think I did see another Sabo. It could have been the one that Nathan discarded, but we are just going to see a 10k swing into the Weavile. And this either says, Stefan, I want 2 2ks and a 1k out of your hand, so I want 3 cards out of your hand, or I just paid 5 to not lose a card in hand and remove one of your bodies, which is definitely threatening me. So it is definitely not a bad line from Nathan. However, he's put the ball in Stefan's court. This means Stefan gets the choice. He gets to sit here now for a little bit of time and go, I'm going to do my math. You have 2 life, 1 blocker, 3 cards in hand. I have theoretically 6 swings. I'm probably not going to use all of them, and you're only a 5k leader. So I am going to see how much pressure I can put back on you. And that's what he's done. He's gone, you know what? I think me keeping this Weevil alive is enough to tilt the game even more in my favor. That my 3 cards in hand doesn't really matter. So Stefan now is on 10 Don. I think I did see a cheeky Kaido in his hand, which is a line he could take. However, he is just choosing, you know what, I'm just going to do a bunch of small swings this turn. That Teach is quite an easy swing. That Sengoku is quite easy. That's 5 Don they need between the 2 for 2 more 5k swings. And realistically, Nathan can get out 3 swings with his 3 cards in hand. He can get out 1 with his blocker, 2 with his life. So if Stefan goes for 5, 6k swings, well, Nathan has a no life, no blocker, no cards in hand.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Even in that point, I don't really know what Nathan does besides, you know, maybe I just try and swing a little bit with all my little boys in the field. So it is definitely, honestly, just a brilliant spot for Nathan to be in. He can quite easily make Sengoku plus Dofi 6k swings each, which forces those cards in hand to be 2ks. We do see the block come down, which now means that Nathan only has 2 life plus 2 cards in hand to defend. We will see, it looks like another 5k swing comes down. I'm assuming we're going to see another 1k kind of come out of Nathan's hand here, but he knows this is rough. When I have virtually no other cards left, kind of showing what other swings I have, it's going to be 5 into 7, 7, 7. Nathan just going, look, I probably counter out of this swing, but then I just lose. Actually, he doesn't even win if he survived that turn. No. Anyway, the 3 7k swings is enough for Stefan to go through Nathan. But that is kind of how BY into Dofi goes. That pudding was the end of that game. That pudding, man, that was no more geckos. He only saw 2 babies from that point onwards, and they were both Sabos. Stefan very smartly going, look, I'm going to leave you on these 2 life. Show me your baby Luffys and lose more cards in hand. but Nathan doesn't even have them because that's just what happens when pudding gets slammed down. But that is the end of our day here. Day 1. Kevin and I went, we went X5. We made it for 3
X3,
rounds.
X4.
We were able to join you guys for 3 of the rounds. We did miss the first 5, but I definitely enjoyed the last 3 rounds. Kevin, how about you?
No, some great One Piece being played. I think there were some interesting matchups. It was cool to see Lucci Mir again. Didn't think I was ever going to see one of those again with the popularity of those other decks. But no, it's going to be awesome tomorrow to see what decks did make it through. We're definitely going to be, if I had to guess, I would say there's going to be a fair bit of BY Luffy, a fair bit of Doffy, probably a couple Lucci, maybe a sprinkling of some Bonnie. But I'm hoping that an Enel does make it through. I've been playing a lot of Enel recently. That deck has if you ever want to just say, I'm beating Doffy, you play this deck. It is the freest matchup ever, and I'm hoping that it can make it all the way through.
But that is the end of the day for us here, guys. I hope you have enjoyed it, and we'll catch you guys for day 2 tomorrow with a 9 a.m. start, I believe, and 10 o'clock. I think is when stream is starting.
Yep.
So it will be a good start. And that's 10 a.m. Adelaide time, I believe. So that will be half an hour off for you guys on the East Coast, even further away for you guys down in the West Coast in Perth. But I hope you guys have enjoyed it today, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good. Catch you guys then.
All right, see ya.